How's the sound? Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Welcome in, Max. Welcome in, Whip. Welcome in, Kitty. Kitty, kitty, cat. Hey, Ashley. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Awesome sauce. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Welcome in, Valkyrie, Emma. Michael. Yeah, energy is a little bit wonky. It's because everybody's questioning themselves. Everybody needs to get on the same playing field so that way we can overtake this bullshit once and for all. It lies within all of us individually. If you can't hear anything, try restarting your app. So we're going to get into a collective first off. Going to check out the and then for those that are looking to get a private reading here on YouTube, throughout the end of this live, I'm going to put a poll up as to whether you want to get a reading, and I will put a 15% discount up on the roster for pre-orders, so that way you guys can go and get your pre-order reading. So, if you're looking for a personal reading or an answer to your question or whatever the case may be, stay tuned, patient. I'll do maybe an hour or two on here, maybe so, and then I'll go over to the other one. Okay. So that is the plan for the evening. Chaos is ensuing for these karmics. They're in the fuck around and find out stage. More around the find out stage rather than the fuck around, because they already fucked around. Kin, Mako, Great Spirit, Guides, Guards, Protectors, Angels, Ancestors, Divine Light, please protect me during this channeling. Thank you for these blessings of knowledge and wisdom you bring me for the collective, allowing us to stay 10 steps of our haters. Please allow any evil eye or ill will sent my way or toward my collective be automatically transmuted into courage, healing, and blessing. Just as I'm saying that, Dharma, the Karma card, upside down. So I think Dharma is in the process of happening right now for you, collective. Somebody can no longer mirror you. Somebody can no longer try to compare or try to compete, or even, for that matter, try to copy you. These people got you so guarded, collective, that you're not allowing your blood to come in. You're not allowing yourself to celebrate your win. And it's not even a win. It's a resolution. Transmutation. Like, this whole fiasco of chaos wasn't even about me. Oh, thank you so much, Mac. Yeah, you're not crying anymore. You're about to receive some major dharma, and you need to submit to it. Because somebody can't mirror you, and you're about to receive some major, beautiful energy, collective. Hey, Dakota. What's going on, Spirit? And what does the collective need to know? Yeah, there's no way. You don't have to let it any other way. Don't overthink it. Allow your frequency to let you in on the beautiful blessing that is you. You've fought through a lot. You've fought through a lot of abuse, trauma, disrespect. You're on the other side of it, collective. Somebody hates you, but the thing is they're hating you from the other side. I'm really picking up a lot of death magic. I'm really picking up on a lot of negative evil eye. I'm picking up on a lot of ending your purpose, ending your spirit, ending like a whole bunch of shit regarding you, collective. And it's literally back. Somebody hates you for it. They've literally got nobody to blame but themselves. Spirit wants you to have no mercy because they really tried it. You're free. You're free. I'm really picking up on the fact that the tables have turned. that what was meant for you as your demise became your rise, and it's because people didn't like it. But Spirit's saying you're free. You can finally breathe. Somebody's been fighting back their emotions pretty well all day today, because they know that they're not getting a reunion with you. Something tells me they got caught up with something that's not even related to you. You're not going to be seeing them anytime soon, because they didn't receive the actual message and they got blocked out from your energy. Yeah, Spirit's saying you're free. There's from the other side that you're free, and Spirit's even clarifying it. Freedom. He can't bother you anymore. I'm really getting a feeling on that whole standing is that they stand corrected. And I'm getting like somebody that's sort of kind of related to the mix didn't want it to come to this, but it came to this. Whatever that might be for you. But things went too far. It's not my anointed, do my prophets no harm. The sacred feminine walks with you. You could be man or woman. Sacred feminine walks with you. There's going to be revelations coming through. There's going to be mass awakening. Okay, so something that's not being illuminated right now is there's going to be a relation that's going to come in, and you guys are going to move mountains. But it's being left in the dark right now. It's due to the current chaos, but there's definitely decisions that need to be made, and you need to open yourself up to love. Because there's some sort of a divine union being brought into the mix here for whoever I'm speaking on, and this is like orchestrated by angels. Like, this is like higher up than Cupid, okay? This is going to split the matrix. You're being asked to pay attention to your surrounding, and if there are no red flags, still use your discernment, still use your intuition, allow it to guide you, but for everything that feels good about it, allow it to become, like, allow it to be, allow it to just kind of surrender to the divine, surrender to the moment, surrender to the experience, providing that it checks all the boxes, okay? Because the divine ain't going to betray you, okay? If it looks good, if it seems too good to be true and there's red flags, then maybe not so much. But if there's no red flags, some of us are so guarded in our protection from the constant toxic abuse, okay, and the trauma, that we have our guards up so high that we do not accept our blessings. We don't open our hearts enough to retrieve those blessings or help or any type of compassion when it's given. We're closed down. So when the divine is at work, the divine needs space to work within your life. You ultimately have the ultimate choice. And there will be liberation. To whoever I'm speaking to, whoever this is resonating with, this energy, I'll tell you right now, is extremely powerful. This cannot be stopped. This is destiny in the making. This is something huge. Spirit saying that it's time. Maybe not necessarily time just to happen just this second or this yet, but to make it a confirmation and known that you need to opening up your heart. This is a past life mystical connection that's coming back into alignment, and you're going to need your intuition and the information from your past lives in order to connect to each other. So if there's something regarding this, something to do with past lives, something to do with Gaia, there's a mission here somewhere along the line. This is a soul connection. This isn't just a physical connection. So this could very well be a soulmate, tribe. It could very well be that. But when you meet this person, you need to keep it in the dark. You can't be telling anybody. It's out of protection. Spirit saying keep them guessing. It's not necessarily about the relationship per se, but it's what you will do together, what you will accomplish. And again, spirits, the sacred feminine is asking you to pay attention to your surroundings. Pay attention to the signs, the synchronicities, even right down to the color. What colors seem to be popping out at you first thing in the morning or before you go to bed. Take note of these colors. Look into their meanings. But you don't have to be outright anal about it, but it's definitely something to look into if there's something going on, right? Alright, Spirit, what do we got for the vibe? For overall collective energy? what do we got for the vibe? Welcome in, Patricia. It's the same thing, Valkyrie. Somebody actually had an epiphany about the fact that they're toxic. I think they're being shown, no choice but to be shown how their toxicity has fucked them. They have, like, it's really kind of given, like, somebody now has to take accountability for the evidence that has been brought forward. They have to take accountability for it. Somebody had an epiphany regarding some sort of toxicity. You're going to be laughing at in the end. It's something to do with a Karmic soulmate that tried to make you exhausted and burn you out and burden you. They wanted you to drop boundaries so they could come in and do it again because they're a fucking narcissist. But you literally flipped the table on this chaos. They just wanted to come in and be a little secret. They want to come and tease you, rip your fucking heart out, but you demask them. Why? Because you're fucking healing, collective. That's why. Alright? There is no reunion. There's no chance to start over here in the clouds. And they should be fucking running. If not, you very well could have escaped. You're done with these clingy old exes that don't want to apologize or take accountability for what they've done. And you're nurturing yourself. They don't want to nurture the situation. That's quite alright. Because you're speaking up, and they're salty at the fact that you're speaking up. Okay? They didn't want to burn these bridges. They wanted to keep doing this and have just bad decisions. You have bad decisions and continuous cycles. But Archangel Michael said, fuck you. You've lost your protection. You've lost all that because you cut them out. And so because of that, they've been procrastinating. But it's only given you a reason to slow down and take some time out for you. You know, we got all day. They're not in the now. They're definitely in the past. They're definitely feeling, thinking about the past and thinking about what they've done. And they wanted you in your feelings by them giving this silent treatment, but it turned out it's the other way around. Okay, because you're no longer in your emotions or fearing, and you've created this distance on purpose. Okay, and you're stepping into your divine energy. You're focused on that because you're not two-faced. You're not living a double life. You're not a cheater. You're not a backstabber. And you're not greedy, inconsiderate prick. Okay? You're not unbalanced as they say that you are. Right? Because there was no mutual respect here. They were literally, they don't want to face any consequences. And somebody had an epiphany about that. Right? You dropped any type of resentful or competitiveness. There was no competition. You can't compete where you don't compare. And the fact that you weren't competing really fucked them up. It fucked up their plan. Right? Because they wanted you over your head. They wanted you overextended, hitting rock bottom. But here you are, established. You know, you're getting yourself settled. You're very secure within yourself. And now they're wishing for a chance. And now they're puzzled as to how you keep glowing up. Yeah. They don't want you nurturing anybody, giving any type of mentorship, because you're giving mentorship, you're giving wisdom to people that are trying to entrap. And by you opening up your mouth and by them being obsessed with you, there's people around them that watch as well, and they're beginning to find out the truth, right? Because you're taking authority, you're very disciplined, and you block them out. Why? Because they're a fucking psychopath. That's why. It helped drop the stagnance, and it helped drop this toxic pull. And this is why they're no longer inspired, or optimistic, or successful. Right? Because you cut ties when they want it to happen. But, you know, with hopelessness and loss and depression and suicide they were sending your way, you're self-worth again. You're rising above it. And you're not trapped like they wanted you to be. And they're stressed out about it. They're worried about it. They've got migraines about it. And they don't want to face legal problems. Right? But they don't want you to face any type of possibilities. Right? They don't want you to have any type of new beginnings. They don't want you to believe in yourself. That's okay. Because they can't breathe anymore. They let this go. But it's eating them alive. They're literally speechless. Nobody wants to listen to them and their stupidity. Yeah, they wanted you scared of them, and you're not cautious at all. You're done with this bullshit. You're done feeling left alone and rejected and getting ghosted and all this isolation and all this shit. You're tired of it. You know, you very well could be getting away, relaxing, chilling out, having fun. You know, walking away from some sort of family dynamic. Very, very toxic family dynamic. Finally finding peace within your heart. Something they didn't want you to have. Too fucking late. Too fucking late. That's not your problem, collective. These dumbass karmics, I see, they're getting their karma. They're getting their karma. I'm just letting you know. They're not getting a bullshit. Welcome in, honey. Hope you're doing well, my dear. Yeah, fairies unite. What's the tea? What's the steam? Spirit, what's the deal? What are these karmics going through? What are these karmics going through? What is their fucking karma? Give us the tea. They're overthinking their next steps because you ended it. Maybe they're overthinking their ending. It's short and simple, right? King of Swords, they're speechless. They don't know what to say. Everything, I mean everything that they work towards, you not only outshone them with the truth, but they failed at everything that they tried to bring at you. And the thing is that they tried. They invested a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort, blood, sweat, and tears. What's the karmics dealing with right now, Spirit? Tell us the tea. Give us the steam. So original, Ben. So original. Get a life. I'm speaking to somebody else. Being a doofus. The Chariot in reverse and the Two of Wands. This Cancer individual, they're not anywhere soon. They're being stopped in their tracks. They're not getting any new collaborations. Something to do with the Gemini. They're being stopped in their tracks because they were trying to overthink your ending. They overthought and overshot your ending. And now they're losing everything. They're losing their stability. They're quite possibly losing their job. They very well could be losing a lot of money because of this. Definitely a Cancer involved. There could have been an Aries involved. There could have been a air sign involved. Aquarius, Cancer, and an Aries, quite possibly. And a Gemini, maybe. What's the scoop, Spirit? What are we talking about here? Tell me more. Tell me more of the sting, pretty please. What do we got? The Four of Swords. Somebody is not resting. Somebody's not at rest at all. Somebody can't sleep. I'm also picking up that they're trying to make you sleep. You're trying to be tired. But Spirit's got you on this, like, fasting situation. They wanted you to be in unrest, but you're happy as a clam. For some of you. They're trying to tire you out. It's not going to work. Do unto others as you had done to yourself. The oldest rule in the book. That what you do to yourself, let it be with good intention. The Knight of Wands. Okay? So very well could have sent a fire sign or somebody very passionate or something towards you and they backed out. And they were meant to end you. They were meant to shatter your fucking heart. But you didn't allow it to happen. It didn't work in their favor at all. These karmic dumb. Really. They're dumb because you're getting your wish from it. Yeah, all of their sabotage is coming to light. The Three of Pentacles reversed and the Sun. It's going to sting a little. Spirit's saying brace yourself. Don't act out of character because that's what they want. Hold your composure. Okay? Yeah, Ten of Wands. Ending of the cycle is coming and they don't like it. They don't like the fact that this has to end. It's all coming out. The fact that they sabotaged your stability. The fact that they had people fighting behind the scenes too. Talking shit. Trying to ruin your new beginning. I can't make this shit up. It's all coming out in the cards. They got everybody fighting and it all blew up in their face. Somebody's come forward and tell you about it. And somebody's in with you, by the way, of how you worked against the devil, no less. And in essence, you know, the devil was to bring you and to, like, totally disempower you, but literally took away the power of the devil and totally left him in shambles. Left him with nothing. A King of Cups. So we could very well be, because maybe you guarded your heart and you kept shining. You guarded your heart and you kept shining. So they tried to take that stability away from you, right? To get you in emotions, but you only filled your own cup. You focused on yourself, right? So because you filled your own cup, because you loved on yourself and you kept your heart guarded, they tried to ruin your level up. That didn't work either because they tried to lie on you, make people see you from a different light. But you walked away from these dumbass people that had some sort of a dumbass opinion. right? That didn't coincide with who you are. And that helped you get out of the tower. It's like they told on themselves to the point where they defeated themselves. Meanwhile, they wanted you defeated. They wanted you betrayed. They wanted your whole foundation to be upside down. Like literally, they wanted to flip your table. They want you walking away to calmer waters. But you made a commitment to the divine. And that's what brought them all of their bullshit. That's what brought them their karma. And this is what got you to be able to move forward. All because you continued to have a beautiful heart and show compassion and move forward with that. You had to let the divine make, you surrendered to the divine. You allowed your intuition and your spirit guides to guide you in this without all the information. You trusted, and that's what brought you your justice. Alright? These dumbasses didn't see this coming. Alright? Why? Because you ended this cycle once and for all, because you deserve better. And why? You stood in your fucking power. That's why. You're balancing things out just fine. And some bitch, some fire sign bitch that's extremely jealous of you, that's envious of you, that's pissed off at you, she's not happy. Because she's finding out the truth about something that she's missing out. And it's all because she needed to nurture her heart. And Archangel Michael said, fuck you. Because you're nurturing your heart, because you're speaking truth, you're missing out on this whole plan. The divine is in your favor. Everything is in its, yeah. This person's thinking that you are a karmic soulmate. Like, they outright fell in love with you, but they didn't bother telling you anything. They didn't communicate this to you. And they had a huge awakening after you'd left. That they wanted you for this 10 of Cups. Why? Because and you're quite the lover. You're very balanced, very secure. You're very compassionate. But now you're holding your energy close to yourself, and you're being very strategic, and you're standing on boundaries, right? They're throwing a whole bunch of emotion at you, and you're ending the cycle. They're very unstable, these particular people that are trying to come in and offer you something. Very unstable. Now, this isn't your soulmate that's coming in, okay? These are just the fray. The Spirit's wanting me to talk about. It's the fray. Actions. Yeah, Archangel Michael's protecting you at this time. You're being guided by angels, so pay attention. Continue moving forward towards the future and continue focusing on your heart and holding that sacred energy. Yep, you got nothing but joy. Joy and emotional abundance. But some of this you need to leave in the... You still get to celebrate, but you don't have to celebrate everywhere. Because people from the past, they're wanting to come out with hand out, wanting part of this blessing. They want to come in and reconcile just to have their hand out. And you have to, use your discernment with that, because these people tried to ruin you. Remember that. Don't forget, collective. You can forget what you want, but don't forget. The truth is coming. There's major clarity coming in for you. And new collaborators. People are going to come in and collaborate. They're going to come in to try to sway you. You're going to stand firm, I think, with this. Right? Somebody wants something, but they're being emotionally manipulative because you walked away. But you healed this. Somebody's going to be very emotional when they come in because you walked away from this. And of Swords, you had an awakening. You're stepping forward. You're allowing the divine to guide you. The messages coming forward. The way you're moving towards your stability. You're focusing on yourself. You're not focusing on all these distractions. And you're guided by the divine. Being very methodical, very grounded, very solid steps forward. Towards your stability, towards your Ten of Pentacles, towards loving yourself, towards this beautiful divine union. Okay? And this cycle is ending because you are a fucking warrior. And because of what you've discovered and dealt with, you deserve wish fulfillment. Okay? Somebody's all up in their feels, all sad because they're missing out. They think you're being selfish because you're balancing out everything and you're standing in your power, and they didn't see this coming. Thank you, Maureen. They didn't see the fact that you were a starseed. They were trying to dim your light. Right? They tried to make defenseless. They tried to put out your fucking light. Ruin your nooning. To get your Ten of Pentacles, right? But you cut these third parties out, you cut out the manipulation, you cut out all this bullshit that they were trying to ruin in your favor. Things weren't in their favor. They tried to get money off of you. But you got a big, huge offer coming in because of a King of Cups in reverse. Okay? They tried to ruin you in a relationship. Okay? They tried to make you look dependent. Okay, and they tried to basically get you to make pretty well beg. Again, they did not want you moving to calmer waters, but here you are, you're nurturing your purpose, you allowed your emotions to move, and you moved you right into your fucking level up. You're very strategic, and you're no longer trapped in your head about it, and you're moving forward. And because of this, this is a huge tower, and they're feeling left out of the world for good reason. Their whole fucking foundation is falling because you're nurturing your truth. You went within, you found your inner light, and now that inner light is guarding you. You've literally flipped the fucking tables. Okay? And this is where your justice is coming. And they get nothing but dystopia while you rest. Okay? Rest with the divine, no less. Okay? You're nurturing your stability. You're moving passionately forward. There's going to be some people that want to come in and reconcile. You can reconcile. They want to give you flowers. So be open to that. Step into this Empress energy of attracting that abundance in, because this is your judgment call that you need to make. And you need to stand on your fucking truth. Don't allow anybody to come in and gaslight you. Okay? Knight of Cups. Keep moving forward with compassion. Okay? Speak truth. Okay, and don't allow them to fight you on it. Okay, don't fucking listen to it. And only communicate to those people that are actually going to hear you. Once you find out that these people don't want to actually hear you, they're misunderstanding you on purpose, just walk away. Don't even engage with these numbskulls. Okay, because they're watching. They're watching to see how they can defeat you. Okay, you're putting them through the ringer. They're in their last wand. They can't handle much more, okay? But now they want to reconcile the betrayal, right? They've already betrayed you. They've already done the act, which failed miserably, right? They realize you're an emperor. Or at least in this emperor energy. And the fact that everything they came at you with, no. You're moving forward. This cycle is ending once and for all. And you need to stand on this, collective. You've sacrificed enough to be gaslit all these years. You're taking, you may have taken a leap of faith in a new direction, or you're gonna. Because, you know, you weren't satisfied with what you were received. It was breadcrumbs. Okay? Archangel Michael was there with you, guiding you through this. Okay? And your way forward was revealed to you. Okay? So there's somebody here that's very toxic. Somebody's going to come in about a relationship, somebody from the past. They definitely want a new beginning with you. They're going to come in and talk about some sort of toxicity. Okay? However, they want a new beginning. Okay, this is somebody from the past. Spirit's saying this is somebody that you don't expect. But you're going to be pleasantly surprised. And Spirit saying you don't have to worry about this person manipulating you. Okay? They don't got no crazy ass motive. They don't got any fucking dumbass ideas. They want to come in and they see how elevated. Again, this is coming back to that soul union. They want to give you your flowers. And something about them not being able to give you your flowers in your past life. Something happened in one of your past lives where somebody was very envious, somebody was very jealous of you, and they tried to end your life, and they came back to this life to try to do it again. Okay, and it didn't work. They failed again. So that whole contract is null void that they had out on your life. But this was also a projection of a lesson that you needed to learn too as well on how to choose yourself over everyone else. And really step into your power, step into your leadership position, step on soapbox and tell your story, whatever the case may be. Write that book, write songs, do that shit that you want to do to create. But do what's being called to you. Do what's being moved. Like do what you're being inspired to do. Don't think it's like something that you have to do. Okay? Do what is being called to you inspirationally. Okay? Right? I'm just giving some sort of examples. Start that business. Do what you gotta do to what you're being called to do. Great Spirit, angels. Is there any messages from the angelic activations? The Council of Light is coming through. To my chosen, to my star seeds, to my earth angels, you're doing all a very good job alchemizing and transmuting the energy. I'm also hearing hands on deck, all hands on deck. We need to up the frequency. It is now ever more important to hold the frequency of love because of this certain situation going on right now. It's very difficult for the collective to do that, but we are needing to hold that frequency. Give a gift of your presence, create your own story, and cloak affection. Understand that you are protected. The worst is behind you, and you are ready to move beyond the challenge that you have been facing. You are safe now. Let go of the old and stop waiting for history to repeat itself, for you are in the new time in which you can create your own story and live in it. If you feel that you are stepping into the unknown, know that your angel is holding your hand and leading you in the direction. Your activation, I am safe and protected by angels. The Shekinah, give the gift of your presence. Now is the time to show up in ways that you've never shown up before. Get present with those you love and care about. Con distractions and direct yourself back to the current moment so that you can enjoy the blessings that surround you instead of focusing on where you are going or what has previously happened. Enjoy the beauty of the here and the now. Activation. I awaken to the bliss of the present moment. If this isn't a confirmation to my previous reading just now, I don't know what is. Okay? Welcome in, Joshua. Thank you so much. Cherubim. Create your own story. Nothing is set in stone. You are the co-creator of your life. The circumstances you have experienced up to this point linked to the choices you've made and the karma of your ancestors. And it's a pivotal time for you to begin moving into a space where you can create a story that's more aligned to your needs and ultimately the calling of your soul. Activation. I recognize my ability to direct the experience of my life. Confirmation after confirmation after confirmation after confirmation. Okay? For all the fucking haters out there saying I'm a fraud, cards are confirming what I'm saying, what I channeled prior. Like, is there an echo in here? So Spirit's saying that there's a last little bit of a hurdle that we need to get up and over. Okay? But you are going to be guided through this. Understand. Alright? Spirit's got you every step of the fucking way. They're not going to betray. They're not going to leave you to the wolves. They're not going to do that. Okay? You just have to stay tapped the fuck in. Yeah. So it just comes back to the situation that because you're tapped in, someone's losing their shit. Okay? Somebody's feeling defeated and left out in the cold. And they're losing their absolute shit. You were their utopia, collective. Whether your rise or your demise was supposed to happen, you were the utopia. You were the end goal. Can't beat them, join them. That's what they thought. The divine had other plans. They not only disregarded the voices of angels, the messages from angels, your spirit guides, their spirit guides that they've tuned out their whole lifetime, the disrespect on the spiritual realm, and quite frankly, them being so egotistical and outright the audacity, the entitlement, okay? The way they spoke to demons. The demons laughed in their face. Okay? And I'm hearing the demons laughed in their face, them an ultimatum. Because once they found out who they were being directed to, as far as this hit contract, they looked at them and laughed in their face. You're getting your wish fulfillment, collective. You got a huge offer coming. And this is something nobody can touch. Seven of Pentacles in the reverse. Yeah. Everything they planted, you guarded your heart against this betrayal that was supposed to happen. The thing is, you know what you want now. You're standing on business. You've raised your standards of how you love, how you show compassion to yourself and others. They manipulate you anymore. The planted seeds that you are growing, collective, you'll be alright. You don't have to say yes or no. Because whoever's going to come in, they're going to prove themselves. There'll be no pressure with this new love coming in. Yeah, Two of Pentacles. Things are going to balance out just fine. Somebody's getting caught up. And this is why they're so right now, because they're getting caught up. Why? Because you're shining. You're nurturing your purpose. Yeah. And you're fucking good at it. They can't touch you. They can't fucking touch you, collective. Not even the Book of the Dead will help them. That's pretty sad. The Cups and the Star. You're here to alchemize the frequency of Mother Earth. And Spirit's saying you're doing a marvelous job. Keep doing it. Keep going. Keep going. When you make a vow and you surrender to the divine and you become an ambassador of the earth, even just in that, trying to bring peace, stability, balance, you're alchemizing all of this. Just continue shining and continue with your heart space. Because this love offer is coming in. It's just you alchemizing and opening up to this possible offer. And somebody wants to actually pour into you. And they want to support you. They want to love you. They want to make sure that you have a smile on face. They want to, you know, make sure that good things are happening for you. Genuinely. Somebody wants to come in and heal with you. Somebody's finally moving forward to stand and come forward. They see you as a star. You deserve a fucking chariot. Yeah, you... Okay, what else? When these blessings come in, you're going to be in your emotions. The reason why is because somebody's paying attention. Somebody's paying attention, somebody's watching you end cycles, somebody's watching you move forward very, very steadily, very methodically. Capricorn. They see you being very strategic. They see you having an enlightenment, an awakening. You're allowing your inner light to guide you. Here we are with a star on the bottom of the deck. I'm majorly picking up star synergy right now. Like, if the Galactic Federation is here to chill, then yeah. There's been a major spiritual war going on, if you haven't fucking noticed, between the light and the darkness. The darkness was infiltrating due to the fear, due to the chaos, and due to the trauma. And because of that, it seemed to be overtaking. And this is why they continue to instill fear and instill a whole bunch of bullshit going on across the world. Because this is how they want to overtake the world. They're wanting the darkness to overtake. But it's our turn to rise above it. By divine order is what I'm hearing. Okay, so people have a time limit. Before the end of the people will be facing judgment due to the crimes against humanity. Right now they're trying to overturn this pollen procedure. We need to stay focused on our goals and our plans, on our frequency, on an individual basis, because as we do that, it will all fall into place. You're going to try to rise the emotions of the collective. You need to hold your composure. Like, they're already doing a fucking smash up job. Can't, but hold your composure. First they came for the, then they came for the, then they came for the, that whole poem. I did not speak up, or I was not a, and I was not a, so I did not speak up, I did not move forward, I did not help. And then one of these days, they came for you, they came for me. Somebody's coming in to collaborate. Okay. Right, so you might have exposed a feminine Cancer. Trying to dim your light through your heart space, but you alchemized it. You were trying to break your heart to gain power over you. It didn't work because you're balanced in your masculine and feminine energy. You're touchable, and they had this bit of an awakening that they might come in and breadcrumb you, but that didn't work either because you're guarding your heart. And they're sad at the fact that they can't betray you. And you're moving towards your 10 of Cups. You're leaving it all in the dark and you're finding balance. Letting go of this third party fucking bullshit. because it's all instability. The Yeah, it's all instability. It's not what you were vibing with. It's not where you were planting seeds. You had a bit of a reef, and you awakened to the conflict and the bullshit and the drama. So things are bowing out, despite the fact that they wanted to disempower you. You're finding a soulmate union. You're getting a new contract coming in. So hold off right now. Don't bother moving in any type of direction. Okay? Your guard. Stand in your power, though. Okay? That leadership position. But you can drop your guard because it's safe now. Just use your intuition. Listen to what people are actually saying to you. Listen to the way they communicate to you, their tone. Know that you defeated the bastards from the past. Okay? And things are going to start coming in for you very, very quickly. You're finding foundation, and there's collaboration here. Okay? You're going to be overthinking these changes. You just need to focus on yourself. And everything is going to be focusing on you. Fortune is in your favor. You are moving towards calmer waters if you haven't already, because you deserve better. You weren't satisfied. And now you're moving towards these tentacles, and you're standing on truth. You're not allowing people in to gaslight you. And you're embodying this Empress energy. So very attractive, very nurturing. And somebody's trying to talk shit about that because you're committed to the divine. Yeah, but people are talking shit to them too. And these cycles are ending. So people are recognizing that they're nurturing a lie. Right? And these people that know this bitch is nurturing a lie, okay, she's losing all credibility, and now she's trying to come back in and heal things as if nothing ever happened. Okay, you're needing to make a major decision that they weren't planting seeds to begin with. Okay, they were planting fake turf and calling it great. Half-ass bullshit, faking it till they make it. This is not wish fulfillment for you, collective. You're about to lose a lot more, okay? But you stood in your power. Like, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. And the angel even said so. They're like, yeah, no, we got you. This one was very stingy with your energy, with your finances. I'm really picking up on a cusp. There's a Capricorn, I think. Get inspired. You don't have to win your stability. Somebody wants you to miss out on that. Somebody walk away. It's almost as if your intuition inspires them. Somebody's kind of still lurking. They're lurking, gherkin. They're kind of sweet and sour. They don't know whether or not to like you or hate you. They're bitter. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn could be significant. But a King of Pentacles in the reverse. So he's bitter. Somebody doesn't like your intuition. Somebody outright hates your intuition. They can't move forward with whatever they were trying. King of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck in the reverse. They can't move forward. They're not going to be moving forward with any plan that they have. And I think that's what the whole thing they found out. Their whole plan was diverted or averted. Like, it fell apart. And then it blew up in their face. Everything's being revealed to you. Whether by spirit, by whatever, it could be just after this full moon that's coming in. You could very well hear something. It could be because of the phone that you're going to hear something. So somebody was lying and now they're deciding to tell the truth. And somebody's not coming in. It's almost like somebody's trying to come in acting all upright, but they're emotionally unavailable. All the while you're nurturing your truth and you're finding out all this conflict. What's the King of Wands and the Knight of Cups reversed? Clarify for that. You're totally unbothered and you're resting. What's this Five of Swords reversed? You could have a law official coming in to try to resolve this situation. It's either that or you could very well have air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, come in and speak on some sort of truth, wanting to reconcile with you. Something is going to be revealed. Something about a Leo, maybe? Something going on about a Leo, maybe? I don't know. A Leo walking away. Somebody sees your strength and you're cut off. Somebody's realizing that once you cut somebody off, you don't go back. You're like in this essence, like they want to fuck around, they're gonna find out. Well, they're finding out. Welcome in, Black Bradley. Yeah, because you're standing on business. You're not sacrificing anymore energy, pretzeling yourself into something that you're not in order to appease other people. You're allowing what's being shown to you to guide you. And this is what's got you walking away. If people want to speak up and act right, you're fine to walk away. Right? Because if they're not going to stand up and be transparent and be honest and be genuine and just communicate, then what's the point? What's the point of spinning your wheels for what? Right? Take that leader position and move forward. You don't need these fucking knuckles trying to get you unstable, right? To come back in and be impressed with you and studying you and stalking you because you were too wrong and walked away from their bullshit. And they're all butthurt about it. So they try to ruin you. Like, get a fucking life. Like, focus on your own. Because you're literally, whoever the Karmic is, they're an epic failure. They've literally had everybody outshine them their whole life because they're too envious and too egotistical to just focus on their own fucking energy. Okay, they're too busy meddling in with other people's lives and wreaking havoc. Creating chaos. Not speaking truth. Lies instead. Lies and deception and literal chaos. And then I'm getting like they're trying to make you look out to be out to be a home wrecker, and they're out here home wrecking, but not telling anybody about it, being really sneaky. I'm really kind of getting that if you're a creator or some sort of a channel and you speak on a particular situation or type topic or whatever else, they're going out there saying that you learned everything from them, meanwhile they're younger than you are. Okay? Apparently they've been at it longer than you, collective, and they're not even as old as you are. This is know-it-all fucking audastic energy coming out, thinking that they had the upper hand when they're just a noob. I mean, come on now, that's not my business. But again, they fucked around and they found out. It's a real sad day, collective. Right? Not necessarily for you, but it's not like you're cheering happy and happy-go-lucky the fact that they're receiving karma either. You know there's deep-rooted hurt and pain there, but they wouldn't leave it alone. They wouldn't let you live. And now they're pissed off that you're protected by the divine, that the divine's taken over, that the divine's protection and guiding you, and they've lost their power, they've lost gifts, they've lost their protection, and they're being put into purgatory, quite possibly. Okay? So, it very well, they're already in purgatory, there could have been an accident, and I'm not wishing it on anybody. They were wishing an accident on you, so very well could come back to bite them. They were wishing death on you, so it very well could come back to bite them. Whether it hits them, a family member, or somebody that means a lot to them, they very well could be the ones get the divine vengeance because they were coming for you. Had nothing to do with you, you didn't lift a finger. That's the whole thing. You're moving towards stability, and they can't touch this. They're missing out. Because they want everything you had, and then more. But now they're gonna miss out. They wanted you heartbroken, they wanted you crushed, they wanted you broken, so that's what they're gonna feel. And they're gonna have to go through absolutely everything that they wanted for you. Okay. On top of that, they're gonna have to heal their own trauma. Okay, and for some that come up against the Chosen and the Star Seeds and the Earth Angels and the Light Workers and whatnot, the ones that come across and try to create havoc and chaos in these enlightened ones' lives, they're basically playing Russian roulette with life. It's one of the oldest rules in the book of creation. Do unto others as you would have done to yourself. And anything that you've done to yourself, allow it to be within your well-being. Are people really jumping in the chat and being that way? Apparently we're not allowed to have anything nice, eh, Max? Oh well. What do I want to tap into now, collective? What do I want to tap into now? Let's do an animal or two. Okay, so, I got some new card decks coming in. I'm excited. Spirit whispers of animal whispers. What's the message for my collective? Throw me a 6 stack. Base foundation of what we need to focus on, energies that's coming in, whatever else. Tell us the message. What do we need to know? Somebody didn't realize you had the perseverance. Somebody didn't see that. Somebody thought you were weak. But you're the inventor of your own story, collective. And somebody can't tell you you're wrong for that. Okay? Somebody can't tell you, oh, you're going in the wrong direction for what is being called to your soul. Okay? And this is the thing, like, people thought that they had control over your life. People thought they had control over your existence and what you were going to become of yourself and to create for yourself. They tried to be an energy of control where it come to you. Thinking that they were going to dictate out your future, your timeline. You were not noble at all, very betrayed, very betrayal oriented, very sadistic, very delusional. Yeah, was some dark shit and very immature souls that got involved in this stuff. Okay? Very immature, very new souls. But they got into some sort of darkness and they allowed the ego and envy and chaos to take over. Regeneration at the bottom of the deck. It's really coming back to that whole phrase, what they want for your demise became your rise. You literally transmuted absolutely everything they sent to you. That literally helped you with experience points, and in essence, let's say this was a video game, all it did is upgrade your character. Spiritual warfare at the moment. Yeah, somebody hates your guts. Somebody hates the fact that you don't love them anymore, that you don't love them enough to allow them to manipulate you. Somebody hates the fact that you have a whole community of people stand with you. And you're not acting out. You're not creating havoc, creating chaos. You're not giving them anything but peace and love and understanding and compassion to go on. So they're trying to make complaints. They're trying to shut you down. And all you are is like rainbows, gummy drops, and like it's like all good. So for them to go and they make a complaint against you, they can't really complain against you sticking up for yourself and you speaking out and you calling shit out on these dust karmics. I'm really kind of picking up on a reader. There very well could be a reader out here that has been dealing with some major spiritual warfare. I can't wait. Welcome to the club. We're fresh out of cookies. Damn it. But the whole thing is, you know, collective, that you have a higher calling. You know, there's a reason for why you are here. There's a reason for your message. There's a reason for the reason why you are doing what you're doing. You're following that higher calling. And somebody can't handle that. The fact that you're so assertive against their darkness. And you adapt quite well to their immature shit. And the fact that you're protected, oh, it burns them. It almost burns them alive. From the inside out. Like an internal combustion. Hot flashes 5.0. That's what's told me. Yeah, these people were fucking stupid coming for you. Now, with my next comment, I'm not making fun of mentally challenged or, challenged individuals by saying this. But there's a difference between somebody that's just challenged, that has difficulties learning, grasping, that kind of thing, on like a natural basis. I'm all for supporting you. I'm all for riding with you. I'm all for staying up for you. But the people that I'm talking about, they're absolutely insane. The audacity's through the roof. Their ego is on fucking 10. Okay? And they're out here acting fucking retards. Literal fucking retards. Dumb. Like, just dumb. Like, you're hearing the shit that's out of their mouth, and you can feel your IQ dropping just listening to it. It's like the people that you want to tune out. It's like the adverts on the radio that you want to just tune out. You want nothing to do. Right? They hate the fact that you're so wise and that you're so tapped in. Okay? And this is, again, because of your wisdom, because of your previous experiences. You're learning from these experiences. You're adapting to these experiences, which is throwing wrenches left, right, and center into their plans. Okay? They can't affect you. Yeah. They totally ruined this partnership, and now they're trying to sabotage you because of the fact that you won't allow them to manipulate you. And they want to try to sabotage any new partners that come into your life. Little do they know they're going to get a rude awakening. Because the next person that's going to come into your life is going to be riding with you, and they're going to know everything. They're going to know the whole story. And I have a feeling they even know your ex. They know them. They know who they are. They heard the story, and they're coming forward to give you flowers and say, no, I'm impressed. I like you. I think you're cool. And it's going to be kind of like too good to be true. And they're going to outright tell you that, you know, they're a fucking asshat. They're a fucking retard. Acting retarded. Dumb and stupid. Yeah, in happiness. Happiness is on its way. your path is going to be given to you. It's going to be revealed to you as you need it, because yeah, people be lurking and they're gherkin. They're bitter as fuck, right? And you are protected. This pathway forward is protected. They're trying to come in and but you've got magic on your side. You are the magic, as I'm being told. And again, you know the pathway forward is not a partnership with this dumbass. Okay? They're definitely fuck out. They can't even compete, let alone compare. They can't even meet your shine. Okay? And they don't have a personal choice in this. Right? And they don't want you to have a personal choice. But the divine has said, no, they don't get a personal choice in this. They don't get to run your life. You're a puppet. Spirit's saying, like, there was like a whole group of them. Now they're down to like 3 or 4 left. Two of them are going to cave. One of them is a mole. It's the one that's actually impressed with you. So there's definitely a mole involved in this situation. This person got curious, went along for the ride to see what the info was, the background story, and just to kind of get their own synopsis of whether or not they wanted to come forward or not. But they figure if they're going to come forward, they might as well bring a tea. So this is why there's been so long of a wait for judgment and for justice, mainly because they're clearing shit. So I'm really picking up on somebody coming forward to communicate with you about something regarding this. Whatever it is, it's going to be probably hot tea. And again, they might not have the choice, but they feel they need to come forward. And once you get the information, you're going to have the choice of what you do with it. This whole idea of ruining your partnership because you were so assertive is taking away their whole ability to have miracles of healing in their life. Like, Spirit and the Divine has literally cut them off. The only thing that they've literally got this person almost living on it because of their shit they pulled. This person is pretty well laying there on life support. Having to sit there with their fucking guilt and their pain and their envy and their ego. The Divine is giving them no other choice through the Divine Vengeance. They're giving them no other choice but to sit with it. They wanted to gain through you and all your trauma. They're gonna receive some trauma. And the end of it, if they actually last till the end of it, which having to deal with what you've experienced in your life, collective, over your lifespan was one thing. Okay? But to go across and have to deal with absolutely everything that you've dealt with in your life, within, let's say, 6 months to a year period, to where their whole life is like sped up but slowed right down at the same time. They're moving into a very stagnant energy because of this, because of what they wished for you. Okay, it's all coming full circle. Because you continued to move forward with good intentions, right? And you tried to create healing out of it. It changed the whole dynamic of the game. And this is where the divine is very, very impressed with you. The fact that you could have acted out, you had every right to snap off and go insane, but you didn't. You stayed composed. You went within yourself. You healed and you alchemized. You transmuted all the pain, all of the pain into power, and you rose above it. Will be their demise because of what they required and what they were asking for. Audacity that they had to come for you because of the particular reason. They've lost all their spiritual credibility, their physical sociability, credibility, their reputation is shot. Nothing is done for them. They're losing money. Some of them are losing houses. Some of them are losing jobs. Some of them are losing fill in the blank. For some of you, you've even warned them. You warned them to their face. You could have warned them over the phone. You could have warned them in a text message. You might have told them, hey, I'm divinely guided, guarded, and protected. You might want to watch yourself. You might want to check yourself before you wreck yourself, and they didn't listen. They thought you were delusional. They thought you lost your mind at that point. They tried to use all that talk against you. But once people started looking into you and they started to see the backstory of all the abuse, all the pain, and all the shit that you suffered, these people that were meant to gang up on you, a lot of them jumped on your bandwagon. For some of you, the envy is real. It's deep, it's dark, it's very thick. For some of you, this is a past life karmic that keeps coming through. But Spirit's saying every lifetime that you come through and you live, you end up rising up that much more. You're not a quitter. You're nothing short of a spiritual warrior. There's definitely something going on here. And a lot of war, a lot of chaos, a lot of bullshit that's gone on in the spiritual is trickling down through to the physical. And because it's there's a bunch of different timelines that are trickling down. Okay? And when these all get integrated into the current reality, we're not going to look at the world the same. We're not going to look at our systems the same. A lot of these systems that we have in place right now in the collective goal reality, they don't work anymore. They simply don't work. And quite frankly, a lot of them are holding us all back from our true potential. I'm told that it's to perpetuate a illusion. We are guarded by choices, so much so to distract us from the actual true choice, which is to choose self. To remove the need and the codependency on these different cycles that continue to run over and run back into themselves. It's like a repetitious cycle rather than to rise above it, empower yourself, and to evolve beyond it. And this is the whole thing. We are moving into that time of rise, to rise above and get beyond it. So we are in that transition right now. Okay, there has been a great awakening. People are starting to wake up. It's on an individual basis. It's your own personal choice as to whether or not you want to wake up or stay asleep. And people are all envious and jealous at the fact that you, amongst other people, have been called, but they weren't on the list. Being on the list is not for the faint of heart. The hell, the pain, the chaos that one has to go through. The sacrificing of self, the puzzling, the loss of dignity and self-respect and self-worth, and to have to build all that back up again after being belittled and abused and traumatized. It's not for the faint of heart, having to go through chaos. But there's the people out there that don't want to go through the work. They don't want to transmute or alchemize the pain and the chaos. They just want to sweep it under the rug and continue on like nothing happened. It doesn't work that way. When people go up and out of their way to hurt and harm and sabotage someone, that's a totally different gameplay. And the divine, it don't ride with that gameplay. And quite frankly, that whole gameplay is what is created the spiritual war in the first place. Because of ego and envy and greed. We need to release all those lower chakras within our system and rise above it into our north node. It is the utmost priority that we alchemize this and transmute it as soon as possible. Because as we do that individually, as we do it collectively, the whole resonance is going to change. And there will be a change, there will be a noticing, there will be a confirmation within the scale, within the energetic frequencies of not only individuals, but as a collective. There's supposed to be a big, huge flash that's coming about. And we are the creators of that flash because of the frequency that we bring to Mother Earth. It is the return of the light and the removal of the false light. And that is when we finally move into 1,000 years of peace. But we've got, I wouldn't say a few good men, because they're not few and they're not good. Now, mind you, there are some good people and there are some bad people in every bunch. Okay, so I'm not painting y'all with the same brush. What integrity you hold within your heart, within your soul, within your spirit. And whether you are in alignment with humanity or not. We are midway through this shift. So if you're not on for the ride, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm being told by the Federation that things are about to be nudized within a week. There are peace talks, there are treaty talks happening right now behind closed doors. And I'm not talking about the silly UN. I'm talking about the Galactic Federation. There's a lot of people out there creating chaos and distractions right now. Stupid ass shit to look at, wreaking havoc and chaos, bringing stupid weather. Spirit wants me to state on how it's becoming ritualistic. Certain groups are running scared because no matter where they run, where they try to hide, they're being found. And like I said earlier on in the last couple of months, you cannot run. You can run all you want, ultimately. Tire yourself out. By all means. But you will not run, and you will not hide from the divine. You thought Big Brother was bad. You thought a police state was bad. You've had the divine watching you your whole life. Tell me something, how does that make you feel? Knowing that the divine has seen absolutely every single thing that you've ever done in your existence. Has a record of it. Not just this life, but the last life, and the life before that, and the life before that, and the life before that. And here, the governments are trying to bring that into existence with this police state, thinking that they're going to watch us. See how they're trying to foreshadow something? They're creating the chaos, and then coming in saying, okay, we'll help you. Creating more chaos, and leaving them pretty well desperate to the point where they have no other choice but to reach out and make a deal. And that's what's been happening for as long as I've been alive. Everybody's throwing their weight around thinking that I'm the better person, or that they're the better person, or who's the better person. Everybody's fighting over the same candlestick. Everybody's fighting over the same piece of cake. We've got a lot of these old boomers that are just trying to get through to their death. They're just trying to get through to the end of to the end of their demise. Right? So they're grabbing from the system to fill their pockets. and destroy it on the way out. As a nation of the world, as an international nation, I will call it, as a collective, we need to recognize this in our own systems. We need to eradicate it of our system. Now, I'm not saying do them in. I'm not saying put them away. I'm not doing anything along that line. I'm just saying alchemize it, transmute it. So that way humanity is taken care of. Humanity is being looked after. Declaration of Human Rights is not only just physical law, it is a universal one. And this is why it's been brought about. Nuremberg 2.0 is about to commence. More like 3.0. I don't know with any of the shit going on across the world right now. So if you're wondering what I stand with humanity and I stand with peace. I stand with an absolute 100% indefinite ceasefire of all physical, biological, and personal warfare of any kind. That includes digital warfare. That includes all forms of warfare. Anyone that chooses to go against that. I wish them what they deserve. Whether divine interventions or divine vengeance. This is the people's perception of God is deceived. Everybody's praying to a God they think that they're praying to, and they're not. Specifically if they're calling themselves Christian or any particular religion. It's all dogma. And although there are some situations that it matches up with the principles of the divine, it's not the same. When we enroll into this school such as life, we're here to learn, we're here to experience, we're here to rise in an evil. We're not here to manipulate, create chaos and havoc, and create a place of mayhem and turmoil and pain. That was not the idea with this earth project. It was to allow consciousness to understand, to allow the cosmos to have experience. The cosmic energies of consciousness all across through the galaxies. Many different frequencies, many different timelines, many different... Who's to think, and who would be so eager and egotistical to think that our reality is the only one? When there are different planets throughout all our galaxies that hold different Earth beings, that hold different planetary beings. from different galaxies or star systems. They're all at different frequencies. Some of them look the same as us, some of them don't. And it's all based on frequency of sound, of intention. Providing that their intention is pure, resides them at a particular frequency. For the dumbasses that want to continue to be retards and do stupid shit, they're only shooting themselves in the foot. It's one thing to be Christian and it's another thing to be Christ-like. We weren't meant to follow the Bible. Jesus didn't follow the Bible, he followed his heart. He didn't need to follow a priest, he left the earth. It's not Christ consciousness, it's divine consciousness. It resides within the spiritual aspect of who we are. It resides within that electromagnetic frequency that makes our heart work, that beats the blood through our heart. It's that same magic that gives you life, that gives you purpose. This is the Great Awakening. All of these other versions of God are but archetypes of the many different faces that God chooses to show up in our existence, in our consciousness with. Such as the hermit, to the high priest, to the hierophant, the emperor. The ability for a masculine and a feminine to move into their divine energy and create life, to bring life into this world, is a divine creation when done in the right intention. When you bring your intimacy and your sacred sexuality back to sacred frequency, rather than trying to be a fuckboy and a whole bitch, trying to, transmute themselves into a housewife or a half-decent husband. You can't be a fuckboy and an emperor at the same time. Two totally different frequencies. You can't turn a whore into a housewife. It doesn't work. They're two totally different frequencies. You are what you give attention to. So if you want to sit in this hopeless, you're going to be hopeless. You want to step into this empowerment, learning and evolving and ascending, and that's what you will do. We all actually have personal choice. We can do what we want. But what we want to do will change the course of our own personal reality, as well as the cost of changing the reality of the collective. So not only are you doing unto others as you would have done to yourself, but you're doing it to others as well. So unless we as a collective are not, are come to some sort of balance or equilibrium, unless we do that, you will not see an end to this chaos. And the outer chaos that is within your reality tends to reflect the chaos that is going on within you. It tends to foreshadow. It tends to give you clues as to what you might need to work on, or what you might need to focus on. Sorry I have not added you up, Lilith. Welcome in. But I will. I think I'm going to open up a new account with that meet me. Just specifically for this. Why do you think tooting my horn all this year? Getting us to try to heal, getting us to alchemize, getting us to transmute, getting us to step into new energy, getting us to recognize our frequency. Continuously, if we do it on our own individual basis, then we can be in a group mind as a collective. And that in itself will change the frequency just to... And I'll tell you right now, the more we think and the more we, necessarily think, but the more we empower ourselves and the more we heighten our frequency, the more that we start believing in miracles again, the more we start believing in divine intervention, divine protection, okay? Divine possibilities, divine intervention, okay? The more we pull ourselves into that frequency and being in the frequency of trust, the more that frequency heightens, the more that becomes evident. Think of Mother Gaia as a fairy, and Captain Hook comes along and says they don't believe in fairies. For those that don't believe in fairies, I state it out loud, which I believe in fairies wholeheartedly. I slip them. People think it's a myth, but fairy energy is extremely real. Well, I gotta see one to believe it. Well, you know what? You've been at such a low frequency, they're not even gonna show up. And that's the truth. In order to allow miracles in your life, you need to be in the frequency of miracles. And do that in karmic energy. It don't work that way. When you're getting into the talk of dragons, they're of a different world. It's in this realm of frequency. And we are moving back into a frequency where all elements are coming back into alignment. Each era had a different element. We had an element of water, we had an element of fire, we had an element of earth, we had an element of air. We're moving out of the era of Pisces into the element of air, is Aquarius. But at this point, because we've been through all 4 elements, we're now moving into the 5th element, which requires spirit, which requires intuition, it requires integrity, it requires introspection. It requires us to tap in. And that means you are worth more to this planet than you'd even wrap your head around. Not to put on any pressure to you. But if you are here in this time and in space, if you have a crescent moon or a M on your hand, one or both, you are either a watcher or a messenger. Some of us are here to just observe and back knowledge back to the central sun. Some of us are here to watch. Some of us are here to bring messages to help the awakening. And all it requires is us to step into our own authenticity and to step into our highest timeline and highest frequency, which basically means we need to focus on living our best life. It's where we become true alchemists of our time. Naturally put. But half of getting there is actually believing that it's possible. And this is where we need to remember our sovereignty as individuals and as a collective humanity. All the way from Scotland, Audrey, welcome in. I'm having a little toke. Leave me alone. This is an 18 and over chat, so. Collective, the best is to come for all of us as a collective, only if we strive for it, if we step into it. Other guy is wanting us to rise into our fullest potential, to put away and put aside our differences and distractions. And equally, collectively bring about a balance to the world. It's 2025. It's time. Question is, collective, how are you going to show up? How are you going to show up? How are you going to show out? How are you going to make your impact? This is your biggest question. With the life experience that you have and the lessons that you've learned in your life, how are you going to make the most positive impact in the world? Where it's not out there killing people. Okay? That's not the plan. We're not out here killing people. We're not out here ruining people. We're not out here sabotaging people. But how can we make the biggest impact? Welcome in, Jean. It's not just femininity. It's the balancing of the masculine and feminine in each and every single one of us. Because we have both. In order to nurture someone, in order to love someone, in order to open up our hearts, we need the sacred feminine within us to blossom. In order to protect ourselves, in order to stand on truth, in order to stand on and be assertive and to step into our power, we need to have our masculine side in balance. Together, when they become in unison, you have the ability to create a new reality within yourself, within your life. Just as much as you would with another person, a masculine and a femme getting together and creating life in a new offspring. That's okay, G. Hold tight. There's another one right around the corner. Keep the faith. Keep the frequency. Remember how excited you were. Get that call and hold on to that frequency. Don't let it go. It might feel delusional, but that's okay. Let it. And this goes for you, collective. Focus on building your inner temple. Okay? Focus on building a strong inner temple. A place you feel safe within yourself. A place where you can empower yourself. A place where you can manifest. You can't do that with holding on to a whole bunch of karmic energy. It doesn't work that way. Because the karmic energy ends up tainting your blessing. And it taints and it disfigures your abundance and your prosperity and your healing. It's meant to throw you off. It's meant to distract you. It's meant to do this. But it's how you alchemize it and transmute it that matters. Turning your pain into power. That's okay, you don't have to talk to anyone. Make up your mind. And persevere. Continue moving forward. The path is there in the happening. The path is only revealed every couple steps. You have to admit, when you step to the idea that you're made of magic, it's stepping in to become everything they said you couldn't be. But what is calling your heart? What is calling your soul? Each of us are on our own journey. Each of us are trying to find a place of expression. Some of us are finding a better out than others to express themselves and to alchemize and to train and to create into their reality, to create that impact. There's a lot of people out here doing stupid, heinous shit, and then there's a lot of people out here doing good. We need to start rating the good, and we need to start weaning out and no longer focusing on the bad. We need to base things on principle and forgiveness. It's the only way we're going to move forward. Somebody doesn't want to believe, so they're that far gone into the darkness that they don't want to believe. They feel that the divine betrayed them. And to the karmics that think that the divine betrayed you, and you still live to feel that, you still live to think that. Has the divine ever betrayed you? Because you're alive. You're listening to this right now. How is it betrayed if you still have another day to make it right? How has the divine betrayed you as if it still chooses you, even after all you've done? Could have ended your contract here on Earth. That'd be too easy. You'd have to come back and do it all over again. So you don't want to come back. If that's even a choice, you don't want to come back. But once you go to your debrief and you start to remember and it all falls into place, there will be choices as to whether or not you want to come back. And because of what you recognize in the lessons that you've learned within that debrief, you see things from a different, more higher perspective. Like, for instance, when my ex's mother ended up passing away from cancer, she was a very rather bitter woman. Things had to be in such a way, such a pace, and very, very stubborn. And she liked things done a particular certain way, to live to a certain standard, yada, yada, yada. However, had she figured it out that she created monsters in her children, not every single one of them, then she wouldn't have done it the same way that she wouldn't have coddled, she would have bestowed a little bit more responsibility, she would have created a situation of more learning experience. Action versus consequence. But for some degree, there was a coddling. There was everything was just so, everything was laid out for you kind of situation. Had she known that she created monsters, she would have done things differently. Had she loved herself in her true essence of authenticity, she would have done things differently. Had she alchemized and transmuted all of her shit and not projected it onto her kids, she would have done things differently. She would have been more open-hearted, more able to show compassion rather than bestow bitterness. There's been a lot of families that have had to do the same thing. But once she passed over and once she transferred, she realized what unconditional love feels like, because you end up getting healed when you go back to the source. All your brokenness, all your emptiness, all of that is filled with divine. But in order to actually feel emotion, you need to be it. So this is why we come here to Earth, and we are void of love or emotion when we first get here. So that way we learn through the process, through the happening, through the experience. We start to remember who we are. That we're human, that we're a person, that we have a spirit, that we have a soul, an intuition, you have gifts. Over time, over evolution, throughout the years, throughout the eras, we've evolved into a higher frequency individual. As our knowledge and wisdom progressed and evolved, so did our wisdom. So did our understanding. What it was to be human. Some of them, they get stuck in their delusion, they get stuck in their rut, they get stuck in their delirium. And because they never were taught on how to communicate, they can't communicate to you. And it's a snowball effect of misreaction and action and chaos. And we wonder why we're here. As a collective and understanding, we have a chance to change it. It could almost happen over a weekend, it could happen over a month, it could happen over a moment in time. Time is irrelevant. It's all in the understanding. We're going to get to a precipice where we're not going to have a choice. But to step into the magic and to step into and onto the path. It's either do it with the candle and do it with light, or do it in the total utter darkness. Wouldn't it be better to do it with the light on? As in a metaphor? They're trying to thwart your happiness and your pathway forward. They're trying to thwart your magic. They're misunderstanding on purpose, committed to making you look bad. Because of your perseverance. Because you are a visionary. Somebody's trying to find out who's protecting you because they think you're full of shit. They're trying to get to the lowdown and the tea as to who protects you. Because that's how they're going to try to infiltrate you. Lo and behold, in order to access that, you need to be in the frequency of that. So this is why you're divinely protected. The only possibility for them to reach this particular protection is to... And that would require them to have an awakening. That would require them to transmute. That would require for them to evolve and to rise into a high frequency. That would require for them to forgive you to begin with. That would require them to release the envy and the guilt and all that shit. So ultimately, it's a catalyst, them trying to create your demise and trying to figure out what protects you. It's basically leading them to their awakening, and it's leading them to, it's a total trap. It's a thirst trap for dummies that don't want to heal. And it's inevitable. It's to the point where there's no stopping it. They're literally being coaxed into their awakening. Singer in birth. They're spreading lies on your perseverance to remove and to devalue your miracles, your ability to have miracles or to have support. And something tells me that Spirit's got you protected, so they have no vision as far as seeing where to. They can't see through the fire. You are fire. You are transformation. You definitely have it in your chart somewhere. There's definitely prosperity here. Finish off this 6 stack, please. Somebody's going broke. They didn't see this coming. They have no protection. They've lost their protection. They've lost their grace. They've stepped out of their authenticity. Literally got no vision whatsoever. And this is what's taken away their protection. And it's all because they're trying to screw with your happiness and, yeah, and your patience. You're finding independence collective, so just be good. Stay the course. Stay focused. Step into your authenticity and stay focused. Stop saying sorry, stop apologizing as well. When I say focus, fuck off because you're stupid, I don't mean it that way. Okay? Focus on your priorities, focus on transmutation, the alchemy, the emotions, the energy, the anxiety, the panic. Yep, you have control and power over that. You just have to access that. Use it for itself. You've got to call power back. Somebody should put out your fire and take away your independence. But you need to just have patience and stay the course. I'm picking up on three of wands, right? You're moving into collaboration with new energy. Definitely seeing it upright. So your ships are coming in. You're waiting on the right wave. It's happening. Okay. Focus on you just flowing, just like you are. Stay in the frequency that you need to stay in for your highest timeline, and just be patient. It's in the happening, remember? Don't listen to well-meaning but wrong advice. Otherwise, don't listen to stupid people. If somebody says something to you and you feel that it's to diminish you, maybe consider it. What's triggering you? Is there a lesson here? How can you evolve from this? If there's a growing point, a growing moment, or a step that you can step up to a higher level, by all means. Take in the wisdom that is meant for you. I'm looking forward to that new couple decks that I have coming in, and I'm not going to tell you what they are. Holy smokes. What's the scoop, Spirit? What do we need to know? Is there any residues, other timelines, anything you want to tap into to bring about some knowledge and wisdom? Alright, we have the Night Wands. So this could represent you moving forward passionately, with tension, taking action. You might be watching your step. You might be watching your communication. Five of Pentacles, you could be watching where you step. Very methodical and solid in your intentions. Allow intuition to guide you. Putting up some boundaries. Seven of Wands. The Star is on the bottom of the deck. Keep shining. Stay passionate. Standards high. Why settle for less? This is about finding a foundation that's in alignment with who you are and what you're meant for. But if you haven't found that out, it's the journey, right? Seven of Pentacles, this is about finally being able to have some ground to like dig into. Finally having a plan, finally having a seed to plant, finally having a garden to tend to, finally having something that you can start to materialize and make happen in your life. And you're now just going to be able to see it for what it is and nurture it. You're at the the process of receiving some sort of harvest. However, you're needing to just continue focused as to moving forward with consistency and very strong, methodical, grounded steps. And along with this Five of Pentacles, reevaluating your foundation. Who do you got supporting you? What's the deal with that? Putting up certain boundaries, but being passionate, being, still moving forward, still taking action. Okay, but being very choosy maybe as to how you build that foundation. You might have to change up and adapt as you go. Again, I'm being brought back to it's in the happening, right? Ultimately, it's in the happening. That's where the divine has the option to make things materialize. But it's all in the frequency in which you sit and embody. The Star. Are you going to remember your fucking seed and you're going to stand in your power and remember your mission? Or are you going to sleep on it? That's the big question. King of Swords reverse. Alright. What the fuck is he doing here? What are you doing here? What the fuck do you want? You lying, cold, son of a bitch. No disrespect to your mother. You know what's sad? When you hold more respect for your ex's dead mother than you do your ex. Wild world. What about this King of Swords in reverse? Tell me more. Five of Swords. Oh, of course. Of course. You reconcile. Eight of Pentacles. This dumbass thought was good at the reconcile game. Thought that they could just come back in and play in your fucking face with a reconciliation. Oh, you're finally good at something? Can we have another go? Really? No. It's in divine alignment. They're coming in upside down anyway. Like, who the fuck do they think they are? It could very well be this king in reverse coming in passionately, as if nothing's, taking action, as if nothing's even happening, right? And you're having to stand on boundaries, right? Because they're trying to, maybe they've got left out in the cold. Maybe they're feeling worthless. Maybe they're asking or seeking some sort of help, right? Maybe they want to, finally, they see you helping other people, and now they want to try to come in so that way you can pour back into them. But all they're going to do is come in to lie to your face. Okay? And then that's what they're going to do. They're going to come in deceitful, lie to your face about wanting to reconcile. Okay? Because they're good at it. It's basically to prove to everybody else that they're good at what they do. It's a big old fucking joke. It's a big old game. And they think that you don't know. Correct. It's a big, huge fucking joke. Just to bring them back, just to have you juggling and unbalanced. But it's all because they're losing everything. And I think this is why they're left out in the cold, because that's how they want you to feel. And it's coming back to that same image earlier where somebody was trying to mirror you or get you to mirror them in their life. So everything bad that they were having happen, they wanted it to be happening to you. And anything good, they wanted it. They wanted to siphon it somehow, some way. It didn't work. It backfired. They overthought the process about this whole idea to reconcile. They overthought it. I'm also seeing, like, in my mind's eye that, like, there's, like, text messages, long-ass text messages, and then delete. There could be a whole note of information, of knowledge, of wisdom, of communication that they've written, that they've got in some sort of a note sitting somewhere. It's like all that time editing this thing to go and cut it and paste it. Two of Cups reversed, all for nothing. You've cut this energy off because of this deception. This is why you've got your fucking boundaries up. This is why you're taking action, if this is for you. And then the Five of Swords and the Eight of Pentacles, finally seeing what maybe they stand corrected. And then there's this King of Swords in the middle, trying to make you feel worthless. What is the deal, Spirit? What's the message? We got the Death. So the Five of Pentacles, this is supposed to be their rebirth. And the Chariot. So this could very be some sort of somebody getting caught up. It could very well be a movement forward. It could be a new journey. It could be a new direction. It could be somebody coming in with some sort of a rebirth. It could be somebody, maybe it's a Cancer, I don't know. And after being left out in the cold, I don't know. But I'm picking up on like a rebirth and a journey or rebirth of finding your self-worth. The Wheel of Fortune in the reverse. What's the scoop, Spirit? What do we need to know? The Moon. Something is going to be revealed to you. Somebody is coming to reveal something. Somebody of a higher superior is coming in. Somebody's revealing something that's been done in the dark. This is going to be a rebirth of a new foundation. This is going to bring a lot of changes. Like the Five of Pentacles, I think, is similar to the Tower. Because, you know, finances, stability, energies. You're dealing with 5 elements within the Earth's energy. And with the 5 being a time change and a time of upheaval and chaos. Finding your worth, finding your purpose, finding your alignment is crucial to getting through this card and to rising above this card. Right? Finding your foundation, finding your purpose, your intention, your integrity, standing in your authenticity is crucial for this card. Because if you're not, if you're in that karmic energy, you're feeling worthless. You're feeling left out in the cold. You're feeling like you're shut out. So it's all regarding the alchemy within yourself. And if you're lying to yourself, collective, or somebody's lying to you, try to put you in the cold, that's being revealed. All right? And there's going to be some sort of a rebirth of something. The Eight of Cups. Somebody doesn't want to walk away, or doesn't want you to walk away. So they're going to try to open up a can of worms and involve these can of worms that they got themselves in order to keep you tied, and in order to keep you stuck, in order to take out your life. Two of Cups. To gain back control of that balance within yourself, to try to get back into your energy. So they diminish you, to try to dim out your fucking light so that way you can match them. The entitlement and the audacity. Three of Cups. You're supposed to be celebrating, collective. Celebrating your wins, celebrating all of the success, all of the accomplishments that you've had over the time. And you're not. Yeah, you're making a judgment call. About what? Leadership position and moving forward with compassion and nurturing your heart. And that's, I think, what you're doing, collective. You're standing on business. You're nurturing your heart space. You're moving forward. Yeah, and you're leaving these motherfuckers in the dark. There's like, all they can do is watch. Ace of Pentacles. Because you're standing in this leadership position, you're alchemizing, you're transmuting, you are being compassionate, you are nurturing, you are loving, you are kind. Because of this, okay, this is where this Ace of Pentacles is coming. It's alchemy, baby. This alchemy and this blessing is creating a major chaos for somebody else. They wanted your demise for their rise. So that's what happens when you flip the tables. Three of Cups and Seven of Cups on its side. So this isn't about focusing on yourself. This isn't about accepting offers. This is about going forward and just celebrating. Okay, and the people that you are in alignment with at this time. You don't have to make a big, huge fucking fuss about it. You can still go and still celebrate and have a little win and have a little party. You do a little thing, you know, to celebrate, to commemorate all of your accomplishments. Right? But it doesn't have to be all out in the open. You don't have to tell anybody. Keep them in the dark. I can't make this up. Yeah, you're moving on. You've met a crossroads. There's definitely a crossroads here. Yeah. You're tapping into your inner warrior, your confidence, your courage. And whatever this is, somebody can't walk away from it. They wanted to try to sweep it under the rug as if nothing was going to... They can't walk away from it. And it's having just something to do sabotage regarding you, collective. And it's all because of your light that they couldn't handle it. They wanted it for themselves. Which they couldn't even handle what was into them. And then they wanted yours too. Nine of Wands and the Nab of Swords in reverse. So they can't see the fact that you're winning, but you won already. You've already passed the finish line. Too fucking late for them, is what I'm being told. To take action because you stood on boundaries. And here they want to come in and reconcile, and you're nowhere to be found. Walk around like a fucking lost puppy, thinking that they knew what they were talking about. They knew what they were doing. Because they're really, really good at it. Know what they're doing, on how to schmooze people. Yeah. They found out. They found out, collective. About the fact that they fucked around. But they found out. Almost verbatim. Almost verbatim. You stood on boundaries, collective. 7 of Wands. Don't drop your standards for anyone. Don't diminish yourself. You like where you are. You're happy where you are. You're peaceful where you are. Stay in that frequency. People can't meet you halfway. They can't even meet you where you're at. Not even about halfway anymore. Meeting them halfway is like benefit of the doubt. No, are you showing up or not? Shit or get off the fucking pot. It's either get right or get out of my way. Simple stuff. This is why you gotta keep boundaries. Alright, Spirit, what do we got? If you're just noticing now, there is a poll set up. Out of 22 votes, or 28, maybe 30 votes, if I get, and this is for tonight only, okay? If you're booking in advance, you can go book and slotted for the one-on-one if you want it, okay? And you can do that at by looking for an individual reading with a discount involved and all that kind of thing. I can do a little 15% discount pre-order situation. So the yes and no voting, yes, if you want me to activate that, sure. If not, you're not getting a reading tonight, you're going to book later or whatever, then that's okay. You don't vote if you're not getting a reading. Okay, it's not for you. I'm saying for the ones who want a reading, that are listening, that are hanging out, if you want a reading and you want a 15% discount, I can open up a page for them. So, we'll give it till after the cigarette. I'm still going to throw a little bit more cards here. But the ending of the night for this particular live is going to go soonish. Alright? Just going with the moment. But if you don't want to get a reading tonight, then you don't even have to do the poll. It's just whether or not you want to book in tonight or this week. Right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I do believe from 1 to 5 that I'm available. You book in advance so that way I can pencil you in my brain rather than right off the bat, but I'm open for tonight. So that's what I'm saying. For the ones that actually want a reading tonight or this week, you have a chance to either do it tonight or this week. But I'm giving you some choices. Right fucking now, or you want to get it later? You want to fuck around and find out right now? Let's see. So 50 so far in a 7-vote poll are saying yes. There we go. Sorry, I don't talk to Deadwood. In a singy kind of mood right now. This isn't Aiden's musical. But happy birthday to your friend. Do I dare look into the Karmic Tarot? The Karmic deck. I can't wait till the new deck come in. So awesome. Gonna elevate my lives, that's for sure. Not that I need a bunch of decks to do that, but... I do believe, out of all the people that I know of, the one that has probably the most tarot decks is Linda. That I know of anyway. There's a bunch of other ones, but I may have picked up a couple. The pictures looked similar. But we'll see. We'll see how it works it out. I hold her the soul sister. And, yeah. She's tried, as far as I'm concerned. I am. I got some new clothes coming in, too. A couple new shirts, some shorts. What's this? Wrong one to mess with, collective. Somebody lost their divine protection. Come to you. And the fact that you're transmuting this pain inside you is making you untouchable because you're divinely guided, guarded, and protected to do so. You Capricorn somewhere in your chart. You could be grounded, you could be having a lot of changes, you could be facing a lot of addictions or afflictions. Somebody's masked and confused and they're faking and acting in your face, so pay attention. Could be a Capricorn. I have a feeling they're going to be sloppy. They think that they're going to... Again, they're going to fuck around and find out, unfortunately for them. Right? They thinking they're going to be the rabbit. Right? Or are they thinking that the hunter's going to get them? Not going to work out. So the rabbit's got the gun, now the hunter's trying to get the gun back. Good luck against an earth angel. That's had a huge awakening. It's being guided by the light. Master manifester. That doesn't take much, takes too kindly to reaction abuse. A covert psychopathic narcissistic nightmare. Because where they're destructo, you transmute that shit. And this is why they're committed to making you look bad. They're fructose intolerant to their fucking bullshit. And so they lurk. What more of a confirmation do you need? They're a spooner. They thinking they're entitled. Isn't that funny? They thinking that they have the Midas touch. But everything turns to shit. The ancestry is weeping at the state of the world. Yeah, your ancestors... I'm going to be calling on the ancestors to rise up. You know, if the collective doesn't want to step up and step into their power soon, I'm going to be calling on some ancestors. Hitting a brick wall coming for you. Some sort of a toxic mother, or something regarding a toxic mother. A Cancer in reverse, so very much karmic Cancer. Emperor or Empress against an Emperor or Empress. Because I'm sorry, no Emperor or Empress is going to be a Cancer. Okay? You can't step into, like, you'd be a fuckboy and an Emperor at the same time. Two totally different archetypes. Two totally different frequencies. Again. You can't be an Emperor or an Empress and be in a karmic Cancer energy. You have to step into your divine energy, which requires you to heal, which you are not doing. Because stupid. Literally stupid. Sit in the dock and let it float to the top. If you're so much of a fucking coward that you don't want to heal, just breathe through what floats up into your reality as you go. You don't have to go dig deep. You don't have to go to weekend. You don't have to take off a week of vacation from work. You don't have to do all that shit. You can do a little bit every night. It's not that difficult. You just sit there and you wait and you visualize and you see what's currently right there staring you in the face. You show it compassion. You show up for it. You figure it out. Drunk as a skunk, masking their feelings with alcohol. So some dumbass decided to relapse is the feeling I get, because they're supposed to be upset. They're supposed to be free from this alcoholic bullshit, but they're not, right? So they're kind of on the fence. So they probably relapsed. Karmic masculine, karmic feminine, no fucking kidding. Please, make it make sense. Please, point out for the ones in the back. Flipping tables, stomping fables. Stop saying sorry for being you. You are important. Stop allowing other people's fucking opinions, okay? And stop sugarcoating the bullshit. Stop giving the benefit of the doubt. Stop allowing people to diminish what you're trying to build. Stop taking any validity by these absolute asshats. Because the people that are riding with you, they'll show the fuck up. I'll tell you right now, it's not this toxic Taurus. If you're a Taurus and you're not toxic, I'm not talking to you. Okay? Misunderstanding you on purpose. So there's a toxic Taurus somewhere in the mix, misunderstanding you on purpose, like a fucking dumbass. Acting all proper, but they're actually a negative Nancy underneath it all. It's time to cut ties. Snip, snip. Blocked. Paranoid. Somebody's paranoid that you blocked them out. And they're hiding it. They're not communicating. Stop saying sorry for being you. You are important. It might be time to take a spiritual path. There's some sort of a Scorpio, a karmic Scorpio that you're dealing with, quite possibly as well. Passed on karmic thought by ending it would remove accountability, purgatory bound. So there's some Scorpio that might have offed themselves because they couldn't live with themselves for what they've done. And now they're they're stuck in the in-between because they just couldn't figure it out. Again, don't take any type of remorse or guilt from this experience if you find some sort of information out. It had nothing to do with you. They projected a whole bunch of bullshit onto you. Smiling in your face, laughing behind your back. Shenanigans this way comes. They're gonna try it. Quite possibly a karmic Leo. It's time to cut ties. Snip, snip. So when they come in, time to cut ties. Maybe with a Gemini as well, a toxic Gemini. They have toxic traits due to a toxic family. Okay? That's just, I'm reading cards here. Okay? They're very codependent on your E. Very well could be a Virgo in the reverse. Poser, hoser, playing in your face, discernment needed. So somebody very much, a Virgo could very well be trying to play in your face. Right? Posing as a friend, but they're really not. The fact that you made it to this moment says something. So what is something deeper to all of this? And that's why you matter. Else, you've lived and survived to this point. So keep going. Somebody doesn't want you keeping moving forward. They don't want you to maintain your peace. And this is why they're probably getting you to question your life skills and who you are. You really need to continue to focus on healing because they can't even compete with you just in the healing department. The growth, the elevation that you've made, the transmutation, the transformation that you've made, okay, is light years ahead of this dynamic. And you need to recognize that. Stay grounded and choose your fucking peace. Because they all bitter as fuck. As a bitter grapefruit. Because you're stepping into your divine energy. And they can't do shit about it. They can't fucking touch you. And what they tried to do to turn a turn your life into a fucking nightmare. Now get the beautiful nightmare. This dumbass that cheated you out didn't realize they found out the hard way. They paraded around they weren't cheating, and they were. You were the dirty little secret. They tried to dull you. That's the whole idea. They're no longer living free in your head like they were a long time ago. You're stepping into the light aspect of yourself. Starseed. I used to think home is where the heart is, as the saying goes. No, home is where it is, because your soul is connected to your home essence of yourself, of your life force. It's where you find your wisdom. Your soul is connected to the central sun. High priest, high priestess, you're definitely tapped the fuck in. You're definitely not a closed-minded muggle. That's for sure. You are a starseed. Starseed, starseed, starseed. It'd be on a billboard somewhere. You're not sugarcoating anything. And somebody's pissed at the fact. They're coming in acting a caring individual, but they're really not. I'm telling you right now. They're coming in to cause shit. They tried to. Yeah, they created a whole bunch of huge story about you. Talking shit, gossip behind your back. Very, very closed-minded in their discussions. So don't take it for any gospel. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no difference. When you open a floodgate, that's all I'm going to say. Spirit wants to see how far they're going. See how far they're going to go with a particular situation. They're playing it out like they went on vacation, but they didn't go on vacation. They've been stalking you. Wasting a whole bunch of money trying to find you. To some degree, I think Spirit told you to drop your location. So you don't really have your location settings out in the open. You've been very much an avoidant at this time. There's nothing wrong with that. You're healing. You're empowering yourself. I guess stop saying sorry for healing. Stop saying sorry
for taking time out for yourself. Stop saying sorry for recharging. Stop saying sorry for wanting a vacation. Don't you work hard enough? When is it time to nurture you? Somebody's committed to making you look bad, but whatever they're committed to is falling at the waist. It's falling at their feet. It's got no fucking traction. Okay? They're trying to make you look bad in front of other people, and it's not valid anymore. They're making themselves look like an asshat. Yeah, because you're flipping tables and stomping fables. The gossip is stopped. The gossip is more. The gossip is done. And people are opening up things. So stop saying sorry for being important. And just stand in it. You don't have to publicize the fact that you're flipping tables. You don't have to publicize everything. Why does everybody have to know? My question. It's only a matter of time things are going to go into place. If we all work together as a collective and we all work individually together as an individual, what's the closing message? The closing message. Somebody wants you to misjudge your primal instincts in order to break a vow and to have you meet a dead end. They want to see the animal that you are. And they're misjudging this whole experience because you've healed your inner child. They're trying to incite you into your emotions to the point where you become bitter and no longer lovable and committive. Like you lose your commitment. They want you in a dead end. They want you in a dead end. They don't want you to have commitment so that when you come back home. Apparently they have a bone to pick with you. Meanwhile, you're not asking questions. You're nurturing yourself. You've been as deep as the deepest ocean and you're coming back to the surface. They very well could be very surface level and trying to diminish your flame, trying to question you as a warrior. They want to try to bring you past your limit to make you look like a nightmare, to scuff up your gem, to scuff up your importance. They're trying to take your transformation and create havoc. trying to take away your elevation because they're obsessed with you. And it's maybe because you love yourself and you work with the shadow. You're revealing quite a bit. You're showing, yeah, you're breaking traditions, okay, and you're shattering their view of themselves. You're literally shattering it. You're breaking tradition, and you're not creating a space where this bridge can be built again in that direction. Yeah. They're trying to put you as a healer to rest. And they think it's funny. They think it's entertainment. To kill whatever you're trying to birth. To ruin your seed. They're trying to throw rocks and hide their hands. But you're standing on business here. They're gonna find out. They're walking into their find out era. Okay? Collective, you're cleaning house. You're stepping into your creator ability. You're stepping into your inspiration. You're opening your mind to create a new reality and strengthen the vessel that is you. You've become the hunter. You're stepping forward methodically. You're assessing your options. You're clearing out that what no longer serves you and protecting that temple. Asking the important questions. Recognizing and acknowledging self, and creating a very strong foundation for yourself. Things are a little bit chaotic right now, but there's a lot of hurt being transmitted at this time. Spruan saying, how much proof do you need of how powerful you are? And I'm speaking to my collective. How much proof do you need before you step into your fullest potential? You finally transmute and heal the pain into power. What does that look like to you? How does that look like for you? To finally be able to step into that authenticity of who you are. To finally find where you fit. Asking those unknown questions. Recognizing, acknowledging your inner light and allowing it to guide you. Healing and stepping into your highest, most authentic timeline is a flex in itself. And I'll tell you right now, 10 times, 100 times better than protesting. You guys want to get out and loot and go around hitting everybody and, you know, up with everybody and all that. Like, going out and doing stampedes at clubs and different festivals and stuff like that. For what? Haven't we had enough? For what? Creator in reverse. To destroy. To destroy all that's happy? For what? This is why the divine intervention's at play right now. Because there's a lot of people within the same reality on different timelines, different frequencies. So some people you're going to see, some people you're going to acknowledge, some people you're just going to walk right by and you won't even know they were there. This is because they sit at a different frequency. When you elevate, yeah, you're going to be alone for a little while. It's very rare to find people that are in that higher frequency, that are wanting to actually be social. It's because we're all focused on holding true to our own authenticity and our own energy. So we just choose to isolate and, you know, stand in that instead. Because not enough people have healed and rose above and upped into their leadership roles, because had they, and then things would be starting to change better. Everybody needs to step into their own, and everything will fall into place. We step into and focus on what the demands are: housing, economy, security, feeling safe in our own countries, in our own cities, knowing that we can live, knowing that the pressure's off, knowing we can afford rent or groceries or whatever else that might be. The numbers could just be changed in a nanosecond if they really wanted to be. An illusion as to why they can't. People are going to lose money. It shouldn't be inflated to that degree to begin with. $3,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. $3,000 a month, and that doesn't even include bills. $3,000. So what? $3,700. Bills included. Does that come with a parking space? Probably not. That's an extra $50 to $100 a month. Let's just say $4,000. One-bedroom apartment. Yeah. Somebody fumbled. Bad. Just keep shining. Remember who the fuck you are. All hands on deck. Peace be with us all. International ceasefire. In debt for the future of humanity. Somebody's trying to this awakening by keeping us all sleeping. So that way they can perpetuate the bullshit. They want people trapped in their head, not being able to make a decision, so that way they're more easily corralled. Which, what are they doing right now? 7 of feathers. So, yeah, people are being very strategic as to what's going on right now. Four of crystals. We need to give back to our communities. Is what we need to do as a collective. By me showing up here on YouTube is how I try to give back as best I can. 10 of crystals in reverse. Considering the amount of people I have apparently on my list as of subscribers, compared to the comments, compared to the engagement, I'm not even sure. But I'm for who I do have that shows up. Somebody doesn't have the endurance. Or somebody doesn't want you to have the endurance to give freely. I'm also saying somebody tried to ruin your foundation. Somebody's got nothing to give you. They tried to ruin your foundation. And it left you in this pretty well energy of like fight or flight. I'm picking up, and like you're having to constantly, I don't know, be strategic for a particular energy. 8 of crystals. You're very good at transmuting, sticking to the plan, sticking to a particular frequency, focusing on a particular foundation. You have a lot of dedication, progress. You've made a lot of progress, very strategically. You've shown very much a lot of courage and solutions to the grand scheme of things. It's also about seeing the chaos and the instability and the inability to be inspired, to see it from that perspective of being just too depleted to provide, or too uninspired to move forward in order to create an instability. They're being very strategic as to seeing how good you are and try to see how it works to try to bring you down, to steal from you. But you literally have nothing to give. You give no fucks at this point. You got no spoons left. Now this is, I think, showing a lot of discernment with the 7 of feathers. A lot of preparedness. You're prepared. Your courage too as well. You're committed to progress. So if it's something that's going to elevate you, then fine. If it's not, if it's going to try to degrade you, then you're not giving it. You're not paying it no mind to some degree. You're transmuting it, is what Spirit's saying. As you should. That's part of the deal, right? Let's get a dragon card to end off the night. I'm not really feeling the Lightworker's Oracle, but I haven't done the dragons here in the reading there for a quick minute, so I figure I'd bring them in. They've been off at war at this time, protecting the ethers. Dusky pink dragon from Andromeda prepares all your chakras to embody higher love. So yeah, collective, there's definitely something coming in. Accept and radiate higher love. A lot of pink coming out. So a lot of friendships, maybe a lot of new friendships. There's going to be a lot of new connections coming in. A lot of compassion. Kuan Yin's pink dragon brings firm love that resets your karmic balance. See all your cords dissolved by transcendent love. Enjoy your freedom. Look for the divine around you. So look for the divine within the little moments of time within your reality. Search for it. Helps you listen to the voice of the universe. Dark blue galactic dragon. The Galactic Federation of Light. We're talking about embody higher love, embody that light, right? And the Kuan Yin is very firm love, very like love that's like it resets your karmic aspect. So it's like it changes the way you look at love, but in a positive way. Ignite the codes of your master blueprint. Access cosmic wisdom and enter higher service. So this is about you stepping into your spiritual aspect of yourself as well. Start tuning into that. Cocoons you so that your divine potential grows. Black dragon. Right now you very well could be in a cocoon kind of caterpillar kind of stage, and you could be in a time of meditation. You could be coming out of a time of hermit mode, maybe. You're in the process of hatching. There's meditate, there's reflect, undergo the metamorphosis. Okay? Allow the changes that you're being have happen. Okay? Because they are for your highest good. Just go with it, no pressure. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. Okay? Challenging because you got to empower yourself to look past the trauma. Right? It's very difficult sometimes, depending on what we're looking at. So I'm going to pass on tonight's Hipsy Link extravaganza. $66 and $33. So yeah, I think I'm pretty well done for the evening. I was just kind of getting distracted by food. I guess if there's any final questions you guys might have, if you want me to clear on something. I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying. I'm really, really trying. I can only lead you to the water. Like, I can't even really lead you. This is a personal journey that you gotta go on. Like, there's no blueprint. Everybody has their own blueprint. Like, for instance, everybody's talking about how other people are accessing the Akashic records. They don't know one thing about it. I'll tell you right now. Okay? They've got no fucking clue. You cannot access someone else's Akashic records. Because it does not have their blueprint. You are the only one, your soul, your aspect of who you are within your soul and your spirit is the only one that can access the Akashic records. The only way that you can access your own Akashic records, which everyone has access, is for the enlightenment. You have to hit nirvana. And you don't do it with drugs. You do it through healing. It's very much a real mustache and beard. Thank you very much. It's real hair too. Why would I have my hair this long then have a fake beard? What kind of a dumbass ass hat are you? Anyhow. I don't even have a clue of what I want to eat. I'm not even sure what that is. Oh. I'm still not sure. Oh. I think I found what I want to eat. You're on the right track, Marie. Definitely on the right track. I'm just trying to, I want to try something different. And this is a 4-star place, so this seems to be alright. Yikes. Buy one, get one free. Interesting. Oh, really? Do I really want a poutine? No. I don't know. I'm not sure. How does a half rack of rib meal feed 4 people for $60? That don't sense. Unless there's like, what, a 2 flax? And they're split in half? I'm not sure. Ay, 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 ay. So many choices. I don't even know what to eat. The Mexican deli. There's a Mexican player by. I want to go check it out soon. I'm looking forward to it. But it's not open right now. Half a rack of rib. 2 for the price of 1. Not bad for that deal. I can have a whole rack to myself and then have fries after. I'll be having food for days. I don't think it applies for this thing. I don't think they're going to allow me to do 2 for 1. Yeah, I'm not paying no $133. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'll just buy 1. This is bullshit. I'm really not that hungry. The hell, now it's applied? Oh, it is. Half rack. Subtotal 130, 100. No, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Just 1. Just 1. No, I want 1. Not none. Oh, there we go. We're good. Wow, I don't want to have that. No, under $100 just for a fucking plate of food. That. Just trying to steer away from pizza, but what's going on? Really sorry to hear that, James. Again, when it comes to death, I put myself in a perspective that they're no longer suffering, they're no longer in pain. The only thing that really kind of keeps me focused. I can definitely relate when someone passes right around your birthday. It kind of it dulls out the whole mood as well. Seems to just not be the same anymore. For a lot of people that pass, it's very quick, the whole process. They're saying the best wings in tap, but I'm just not feeling it. These pizzas don't even look appetizing. At least the one I'm looking at. Holy shit, James. I don't even know what to say to that. That's shocking. Having to deal with that. I've literally got no words, man. Like, the amount of death that I've had to deal with just in my own life, it's kind of got me to the point where I'm numb. think I figured it out. Hopefully it's open. Awesome. The damn bastards aren't even open. Like, what is the point? That's what I'm working on right now, James. Looking for something to eat. Try to rest well. Know that they're no longer suffering, no longer hurting. Happy birthday, James. I'm trying to refrain from saying that because you lost your friend. It's difficult. Be good to yours, James, at least. Holy shit. It's been 40 minutes just sitting here looking. They're open, which is they're closed in 2 minutes. I don't know. The pizza just appetizing. That's the worst, because I went through that exact thing, Andrea. And when you think that you can't, you do. You do it anyway. Because unfortunately, sometimes we have to. Sometimes it represents meeting. Sometimes it represents showing up for ourselves. Again, sometimes we don't have a choice. It's either that or it comes down to our life. And, sometimes that just means gaining some independence. Sometimes it's not meaning you just up and leave. Sometimes it just means getting a job or starting a business or doing something for you. Sometimes that's what it looks like. It's not necessarily about packing a bag and taking off. Obito, hello. This is what I mean by stepping into your higher timeline. Sometimes it's all we got. Why are you saying sorry that you're back, Tiffany? Are you apologizing for yourself again? And why? Okay, well, you don't have to do that here. Well, here in the chat, you're safe to break away from them. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, just stretching out my back. Because it hurt like a bitch. Come on, work with me. You have a good night, Maureen. Something shifted last week. It's been shifting every day. It's been one after another. I'm already tapped into the divine, Em. I'm good, thanks. I got a party tray. That should hold me off for a couple days. I'd be all pizzaed out for the next week. Probably for the next month with this party tray. A lot of the decisions that I made in my life where I felt like I screwed up, I was deserting myself. I was abandoning myself for other people's comfort. Once I started to realize that it wasn't worth it anymore. Like, I'm still considerate, but I'm not gonna be pushed. I'm not gonna have the wool pulled over my eyes anymore. And this is half the battle, right? You get to the point where you want to leave, can't, and you have to kind of sit in it, and you have to appreciate it in order to rise above it. It's the only way. Appreciate the lesson that it's teaching you, and give it gratitude. If it's testing your patience, look at it in a position of the fact that it's teaching you how much patience you actually have. You know, how much patience do you really have? You know? he might have been really sweet because he was trying to manipulate you. Like with my ex, they were very accommodate first. That's how they get you hooked. They'll give you everything under the get you hooked. Once you're hooked, then that's it. It's fair game. They pull the wool over your eyes, they whip the fucking rug out from underneath you, and then you're just standing there in shambles. So, just be safe. Sometimes when you're in a toxic situation and you're finding a way to get through it, it's very difficult because part of you wants to act out. Part of you wants to snap out. You take a look at what it will do, or the variables, or the possibilities, and the variables of what the situation is, and you can kind of visualize yourself after what might conspire, after actions. Try to foresight, is that the word I'm looking for? Try to have foresight, if that makes any sense. Try to see yourself acting out and see where it gets you before you actually act out. Take a moment, step back, take a moment to breathe. Instead of reacting, take a moment to breathe instead. Right? Compose yourself. Recognize that it's a trigger. Recognize that they're trying to get a rise. Recognize what they're doing. And don't engage with it. Gray rock them. Tune it out. But you can still tune it out and be civil. You can still tune it out and be respectful. Hey, Alexander. Well, what's your difficulty, Alexander? What's going on? So it sounds like you're dealing with reactive abuse right now. Somebody had a rise out of you, trying to get you to act out crazy. That way you look like the crazy one, they look like the sane one, in comparison. Once you are aware of what they're doing and the game that they're playing, you have the option to switch the table and flip the table. Right? On his views about holding those assholes accountable for crimes against humanity, yes, I do. Do I support the deportation and all this other stuff? No, I don't. Not if they're going to deport citizens, actual citizens. Like if they've already got a job, if they've got work, then that's one thing. But if they're problems, then yeah, for sure, 100% deport them. They don't deserve to be in a place where they could live their best life, potentially. Okay. You know, for them to potentially have a place to live their best life and then turn to crime and to wreak havoc and chaos on the populace? No, I don't agree with that. Well, you're welcome to be here, Alexander. Thank you for the love, my friend. I put you roughly about 20s, 30s, late 20s, early 30s, Alex. Is that correct? Oh, okay. You have an old soul. You don't act your age. You're a lot more grown up. You didn't really have a lot of. Didn't really have a big chance to really be a kid. You grow up real quick. I'm an energy reader. I do this for a living. What did you want to be when you grow up? Growing up, what were you more drawn to as far as hobbies? Well, it depends on your message. It depends on what you're sharing. It has a lot to do with it. If you fit in a niche of some sort, then it works for you. Ah, okay. Well, let's not get that far out of. I would say at least have a meal a day. Well, when you're dealing with fasting, you should allow your body to do it naturally. Okay, rather than put yourself to any particular regimen or time scale. And you can use juice. If it's not a spiritual fast, you can use juice, coffee, whatever else, whatever liquids that you might want to. But just don't work it off a Red Bull or any like crazy stimulants like Monster drinks or anything stupid. While I tap into energy, I just kind of sitting here. I'm waiting for my pizza to show up at this point. But I did a collective earlier. I'm just dragging along the time, hanging out in the chat. I do have personal readings available through the Hipsy link. I don't mind chatting with my and stuff like that. I'm watching my, I'm tracking my pizza. Who you calling a troll? You're a bit off due to PTSD, but other than that, you seem to be okay. There's nothing wrong with being alone, no. Yes, Ashley, but you've been through a lot. Thanks, Deuce. It was very relaxing, for the most part. I vegged out most of it, didn't do much of anything. That's probably the divine, Sheila. Well, it's my job, actually. But I can only do it with consent. I can't just pick up on people just because I want to snoop in their life. There's an etiquette towards it. Like, the fact that there's people out there going on YouTube and dropping readings with names in the reading. Like, this reading is for this person, this reading is for that person, whatever else. And trying to gain publicity over somebody else, just reading somebody else, getting into their business. That's faux pas. You don't do that. Like, I can't just tap into just anybody. I have to have consent to be tapping into people because I'm not going to be nosy. Come on, boss. You can do it. It's just down the street. Let's go. Here we go. They are moving. No, I don't. I was debating it, and I got cheddar chipotle sauce and garlic sauce for the dips. And then I got banana peppers, mushroom, bacon, mild sausage, and pepperoni. And then I got a chocolate lava for dessert. Hi, Frog Boy. Sweet dreams, Alexander. On that note, everybody, I think I'm gonna head out. Gonna go have pizza, put a movie on, enjoy some grub. Thank you, tribe, for hanging out. Be good to yourself if you can't be good at it, at least, so that way you can be good to others. Not a clue, Noah. I haven't figured out yet. Probably something on Tubi. Or maybe tie into YouTube. We'll see. But anyway, kids, you have yourselves a good evening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you so much to my supporters. Thank you so much to my donations tonight. Whoever donated, greatly appreciated. Love you all, and I'll catch you in the next one.